I want to get one of those event microtech armors so that I can wear it and take pictures with like a mix set. Trying to remember where those dice are. It's probably other. Alright, now let's see if we can visually see the dice from the chairs. Alright, so let's say that we're working the table. What happens if we do this? Table flips out. That's interesting. There's a way to shuffle, though. I'll give them that. But in theory, let's say you're up here looking down, you should be able to tell what was rolled. Okay, so not ideal. Not ideal. Not a huge fan of the Geist armor,
to the
though.
ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again.
So utility. Find the old gun. See if we can find a different table, maybe. We could use these in some method, probably, to roll the dice, but what to do. Try to get a small table. Maybe something the dice can actually like fall off of. Yeah, we know these are finicky. Alright, so we got small table. It's way too far. Let's go to the classic spot over here and see what we can do. Okay. What happens if I stand here? I'm gonna put the gun away. Maybe. We're on to something, boys. Okay. I think I know what we need to do here. Let me look at the tables again. Toss that over there. Alright. So what we're gonna do is we need these small tables. And then we're going to run them up like this. Okay. It's gonna be kind of crazy for a minute. Hold on. We just gotta figure out how to make it work. Okay. And then you have a dude. And boom, 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 boom. Boom. Okay. Dice go down. Let me try and do this. I'll move the table back a little bit. Okay. And now we come up here. Whoever's running the game comes up to their table. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, and then whoever picked this table zooms in. You can see 22636. So so you can sort of see it. We might just be able to leave the dice here as like a thing that's on the ground and have the people who come here just select what dice they want. Okay, so that kind of worked. It's a little far. I feel like we need it back up here where it was. That's the issue that we're having right now. It's because we need this, like, up here. Jesus, this is frustrating. Holy moly. Oh, fucking. Okay, down. And then we go right here. Not flip out. It's that damn thing on the floor that does it. Okay. Put that back. Dice are down. Sit in the chair. Only problem with this is that you could have people sharing information in their, if you had like multiple people. But you see how like it's just a little bit too close. You could always have them stand up here and look at it. But I don't like that. Because like we need this exactly where it wants to be. But it just happens to be right where the game doesn't want it to be, you know what I mean? Like we need this like right here. That's not gonna happen. What happens if I put this on top of the table, I wonder? Okay. Okay, that works for some reason. Okay. Put the old dill away. Let's look at what does that look like? Definitely different. Okay. But as soon as we drop the dice, I bet it flips out. Table doesn't fully flip out, but it does at the same time. That's kind of crazy. Let's see what happens if we do this. Put this sideways. We're trying to run it up against that. Maybe we put the tables up top. We toss the dice down in the pit. And then we can have the chairs here where they can see over the table, maybe. As much as I'm gonna hate to redo this. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna take this and stick it up here. To put this table back here where it was, and then take this table back here where it was. Let's do that, and then let's do this. Shut up. Center. A little bit. Alright. Now, let's say all good, and that's all good. Put this up here. So we're gonna come up here, and then we drop the dice, they're rolled. Someone's sitting in the chair. But they can't see. That's the problem. We need it like visually in range, but also we need it to look good. So let's do big tables up top, even though they're not going to work right. If this worked right, this would be the perfect setup, because we'd be able to have the dice on these tables, the people could look directly down on the tables. Would have been good. But, kind of what we're dealing with here. Is we could put tables up here, and let's say people could put their bets and stuff on the tables, maybe. All that hard work that we just did, man. Yeah, I mean, we could do something like this with these yellow squares on these tables, maybe. And if we get enough of them lined up like this, come in here. Maybe we drop the dice. Because I think we might have lost him finally. I'm starting to think maybe we could, damn, can't believe I lost dice. That sucks. So that's the other problem. We need replacement dice and stuff if things happen. But we could have, like, these set up in a way to where each of these is a different... Like, maybe we can place these down here. So, like, the opposite direction. And then they come up. Drop the dice. Yeah, I think we could work with that. Because we could also do, like, gambling. Like, what's up, Bruce? Changed your name, yeah? Pretty sure you changed your name. It's been a while. If you saw me try and mess with furniture for 4 hours in here, you know, I don't know if it's enjoyable, but their furniture is glitchy as fuck, so we gotta work around it. Alright, so we need, like, we could just do one small table with, like, 2 big tables next to it, but I want to see what happens if we maybe do, like, a few small tables close together. If we can keep them from flipping out. In a land far, far away. Star Citizen. Back again. One man, one casino against the world. Crazy this started with worm decorations and we still haven't even got around to that again. But here's what I'm thinking, okay? Each square on these tables is like a booth. And then when we have players join to gamble, not only can they, like, choose, like, they can get the dice rolled, but they can choose which table of dice they want. That's what I'm thinking. And then we could have, like, a section of these that's like, okay, you choose a square. You try to predict how many numbers are going to, like, fall, right? Like slot machines. Okay, let's get that shit off of there. So we're gonna do this. And we gotta get it close enough without flipping the other table out. And even enough. Which kind of sucks because this is that grate that they put in here that... Yeah, I fucked that up. This is that grate that they put in there that keeps flipping out the table. That's not too bad. You just need enough room for someone to like walk behind here and manage the dice and shit. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so we're gonna do... Yeah, we probably need to do a ship check at some point and make sure these don't blow around as well. That'd probably be a good idea. Okay. It's all hunky-dory. I'm Haggis the Bruce. And you're Scotch Korean. A Scottish brew. Cool, cool, cool. Could be a little better, but I mean... I want to put all this work in for no reason. Okay. Got one here. I think 3 on each side's probably enough. And that'll give us like a little room in the middle to like walk in and out. And then, actually, because these have 3 seats, this could be good. Might need to... I don't know yet. Maybe. Okay. And then we got this one. Schwunk. I, sir, am, well, firstly, I need, like, a chill kind of thing to do for a little bit, and I'm gonna apply for a different job and all that good stuff, and talking to some people, but this, sir, is, version 2.0 of my casino, but so like in the past what I did was that I put these chairs and stuff like all over in the hangar everywhere on the sides, and inside here I was putting chairs in here with small tables in between and stuff, like a little lounge. But we need to make the casino more functional and be able to have more options. So we put this, and also if we get people, so like we get people to go to the casino, they walk down these stairs and they come down here. In the hangar they can't bolt up this, so like they would have to try and get up on top of one of these tiny ass tables. They'd have to try to get up on here and then jump on that ledge. I don't think it would be that hard, though. But I'm thinking about blocking the ledge off. Because we want to be able to, like, have people gamble and stuff, but we need to be able to control them. So we don't want them stealing shit. We don't want them killing people. And we don't want them, being able to, like, escape with our stuff. Like, being able to, like, steal the dice and then run out of the hangar. Or, like, well, they could disconnect still. But, if we gamble down in here, they have to try and get out, and the only way out is up the stairs. So I'm just thinking easier to secure, potentially. They might be able to get out right here, actually. Let's see. Yeah, so they got 2 ways. We could block this off, though. I'm sure we could probably put something there. I need to get another table real quick, though. So we got 3 chairs. We're going to do 3 tables per area. People sit down in the chair, and they get options of 3 dice. They choose which... Oh yeah, we're definitely going to need guards. Because we need to strip everyone of weapons and shit before they come in. I want to be able to move cargo and stuff around. I want to be able to gamble cargo. It's a casino / store. So the idea is that we want to take, like, small fees to fund the org and to, like, fund, like, paying people working this, because people are going to want to earn money while they're here running the dice and shit. So we need to take, like, a small commission. But we want, like, a place that people can come and sell goods to us for, like, 40% or 50% of, like, their costs really quick and safe. And then we can sell those for, like, other prices, or we can gamble cargo with other people and stuff. I was trying to do this before, but I was forced to try and collect all the cargo and shit myself. And I couldn't get anyone to buy or sell anything because it was just too profitable for them to go and sell it for whoever they, whenever they want. But the idea is that if you don't have enough time to play the game and, like, make the full value of your cargo, I mean, I've been recruiting kind of in the real world a little bit. Not so much, like, in-game. I haven't been playing SE as much. But, the main issue with the real-world stuff is that some people are very protective of how much money they spend on games and stuff, and there's not, like, a ton of computer gamers. But basically, this is what I've learned. We have a guy named Tylen, who's like a manager over a warehouse. He doesn't have Star Citizen, but his friend plays Star Citizen. He plays, like, realistic racing games and flight simulators and shit. And so he wants, like, to build a sim pod. But he's looking to potentially play Star Citizen once it's get sort of better, okay? So we got him and his friend. They're both older guys. They manage warehouses and shit. They know about, like, all that kind of crap. But he's like he's kind of a competitive gamer. There's 2 people that I work with. They also are potentially open to playing Star Citizen, but they keep trying to get me to play Helldivers 2 again. But I could potentially try and get them to play. They seem open to it, but I don't know if their PCs can handle it. I have a friend that basically he works, he's managed an oil rig and shit for a long time. But he just got into computer games more recently. I got him into computers like 10 years ago. He plays like Fortnite and Minecraft and stuff with this kid and his wife. But he just bought like a super PC that gets like 300 FPS per second. And apparently he has a friend who works with him at his job that has Star Citizen. And I told him about Star Citizen in the past. So now he's thinking about potentially trying to play Star Citizen. But he also needs to exercise to get his heart healthy because he's having some health problems. So I'm helping him work out. And I'm starting to work out again because I'm out of fucking shape too. So, he's potentially going to join at some point. So we already have potentially like 6 or 7 people right there. There was some chick that disappeared. The chick that worked out there, I forgot her name, and I couldn't figure out what the fuck her name was to like find her again. And then there was a chick that I had who went to school with me that was playing video games, and we were talking for a little bit, which is what I've been kind of doing the last like however many months. But she plays League of Legends, and she has a Discord full of dudes in there, but we ended up having some drama because her mother died, and I tried to give her some space, and I guess she took it as like me not caring, and so everything kind of went sideways on that. So oh yeah, we need a lot more guys. There's no doubt. The problem is we need a lot more people that are open to trying to do this in particular, which is kind of... Yeah, he probably could do that, honestly. I could bring that up to him. But I also think that he kind of wants some social interaction, because I guess he doesn't... He says it doesn't bother him, but he works by himself now. And I told him, like, that stuff gets to you after a while. And he's like, nah, I'm good. And, but I can tell that he's, like, a little bit more antsy than he used to be. He's kind of like me now, but it's a little weird. Because I've worked alone for a while, too. He doesn't have as much trauma packed up behind him, so... But he wants to, like, go and, like, lift weights and hike and swim and shit. So, right now, like, we're kind of doing it on Wednesdays. But I can't afford to drive to his house every fucking day. And if he drives to my house every day, it's gonna make me kind of feel off. Because it's gonna be like 120 to 160 bucks, like, if not more, a month, just like in gas. But he also does like a lot of yard work and shit at his house and all that too. But I think the bulk of it is that he has a kid. His kid's getting older. So he doesn't have to like spend as much time with his kid anymore. So he's trying to hang out again. Lost your rolls. Like on Spectrum? Hold on a second. Oh, I haven't been able to keep up. I know, like, I haven't even did the worm fight yet. Last time I was on, like, I tried to do the worm fight with somebody. Because, I mean, we still have, like, 3 to 5, like, small groups of people on, We still have like 3 to 5 small groups of people who have their own discords and little orgs that are perfectly fine. Like, there's a small discord. I don't remember how many people are in there though, but there's at least like 6 or 7 people in there, and they're pretty much down for anything that I try to do most days. Because they get bored as fuck. But I was trying to play with them that last time when we did the worm thing, and Star Citizen org list. I just kind of looked and see how far you could get a ship close to the worm thing before it got shut down, and I ended up getting disconnected on that. So I did put a post out on the. It's like a fleet a fleet Reddit thing for Star Citizen. So I posted like a fleet thing and kind of gave a description with the name and told people they could apply. Yeah, they're on there all the time. They're the things that show people that like apply and shit. But I'm trying to get this new job, work with my friend, but it's like an engineer sort of for a hydrogen power. And apparently it's pretty damn dangerous, and you have to have like a year of training, and if you fuck up, you get exploded, so you just die. I mean, it just blows up in your face. Some dude got caught on fire out there, but it starts at like 24, 25 an hour, and then he said after like 3 to 5 years, you can become like a work from home technician and just tell people how to fix shit for like $40 an hour. What we got here? What did we have going on? So, Captain. Let me see. Let me see here. Yeah, I did something with the ranks. Yeah. I'm trying to. Where the fuck do you set up the titles rank? I thought there was a page that showed you what they. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. Oh shit. Alright, admin members. Rules. Oh, that's not right. Okay. So I could have swore there was something that... showed what people's permissions were. But I get what's going on is I basically made Praetorian Guard. So Imperial commanders would be like leaders of Praetorian Guard for like Rome. Imperial Guard would be a Praetorian. Yeah, so what I was... Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, I see what's going on. A new name for what? No, it's, I'm not building Rome in SC because I've already dealt with that in MMOs and it is fucking ridiculous. But StarCraft, or the Terran Dominion in StarCraft is basically set up like Rome. But they don't have Praetorian Guards. They have Imperials and shit. They have like... Like, have you seen the video on the thing? Hold on. Because I replaced the video on the thing with the Terran Dominion instead of the It's About Time guy. So like this is the whole like history of the Terran Dominion in StarCraft. But it's basically Rome, but they just don't have the same names and shit.
2.5 centuries after their arrival in the Koprulu sector, the greatest nation of humanity lay in ruins. On the capital world of Tarsonis, billions of Zerg ravaged across the planet, leaving only mountains of corpses and deserted cities in their wake. Panic spread across the outlying colonies, but amid this chaos came a single rallying voice. Promising a new beginning for mankind, Arcturus Mengsk crowned himself emperor of a new nation, one that would unite the dissident factions of man into an indivisible whole, and deliver swift vengeance against the nightmarish Zerg and the calculating Protoss, a great new power known as the Terran Dominion. This state was the ultimate achievement of the Sons of Korhal, a rebel movement born out of the failed attempt to win independence for their world of the same name. When the Terran Confederacy, the Dominion's immediate predecessor, unleashed their nuclear arsenal on Korhal rather than allow it to secede, Arcturus Mengsk gathered the scattered survivors aboard the captured battlecruiser Hyperion. Fueled by the desire to fulfill the dream of his assassinated father, Mengsk led the Sons of Korhal in a series of daring hit-and-run attacks against Confederate targets, becoming the most wanted fugitives in the sector. The rebellion captivated the public and quickly grew into a symbol of liberty, fighting against the tyranny and corruption of the Confederacy. Armed with a steady influx of public support and volunteers, including defectors from the Confederate military, the Sons of Korhal built up their strength to the point where they could engage the Confederacy ship to ship and man to man in open battle. The arrival soon after of the Zerg swarm and the Protoss ended any remaining hope for the Confederacy. Caught between two warring alien races and faced with an increasingly well-equipped rebellion from within, its collapse was inevitable. The fall of Tersonis and the declaration of the Terran Dominion under Arcturus Mengsk rallied the human forces of the Koprulu sector. Despite this triumph, the actions of Emperor Mengsk began to progressively resemble those of the Confederacy, employing ruthless tactics and oppressive policies. The realization that their guiding moral principles had been betrayed alienated many of his oldest allies, including the former Confederate Marshal Jim Raynor, who, along with hundreds of disillusioned followers, abandoned the Dominion. The sacrifice of the Protoss Executor Tassadar destroyed the power of the Zerg Overmind, reducing the swarm into a feral and directionless, but still dangerous, remnant of their former strength. This hard-won armistice was critical for the Dominion, who were sorely in need of time to fully establish their nation and reconstruct their battered economy and industries. This peace was not to last. The arrival of the Protoss and Zerg had greatly alarmed the United Earth Directorate, which had been quietly monitoring the events of the Koprulu sector since the arrival of the first supercarriers centuries earlier. Determined to wipe out any potential danger to Earth, the UED launched an expeditionary force to the distant sector, quickly occupying the worlds of the still recovering Dominion and forcing Mengsk into exile. The Dominion forces in hiding entered into a tenuous agreement with the Queen of Blades, a former Special Forces operative who had, at one time, been the second in command of the Sons of Korhal before being abandoned by Mengsk during the fall of Tersonis. The Alliance successfully liberated the worlds of the Dominion before the Zerg betrayed the agreement, destroyed the greatest threats to their queen's existence, and then mysteriously disappeared. The Dominion had been granted a reprieve and was finally allowed to transform the nation from a makeshift wartime emergency government to sector-wide superpower. Emperor Mengsk himself would rule from the capital world of Korhal, eventually restored and decontaminated as a symbol of Terran rejuvenation. Its capital, Augustgrad, was renamed in his honor. A strong proponent of what he termed benevolent despotism, Mengsk governed the Dominion under a system resembling an absolute monarchy, with himself as emperor. The authority of the emperor could not be restricted by any legislature, custom, or even the rule of law. The self-proclaimed Mengsk dynasty was used by Arcturus to describe the intended line of succession, and the members of the imperial family had ties to key industries across the Dominion, trading power and influence for vast amounts of wealth. The emblem of the Mengsk dynasty was a wolf's head, often displayed as being intertwined with the insignia of the government to further blur any line between the Dominion and Mengsk. Despite maintaining the appearance of having elected officials in the form of the Dominion Senate, the institution was largely ceremonial, with real power outside of the Mengsk dynasty concentrated in a wealthy aristocracy. The true nature of the Dominion's government was misrepresented to its own citizens through a vast propaganda campaign that frequently celebrated the Dominion as a bastion of liberty. Peace, law, order became such a popular slogan that it was adopted as the state's official motto. Governments and groups that had remained outside of Dominion control, such as the Emotion Protectorate, the remnants of the United Earth Directorate Expeditionary Fleet, Ryan's Raiders, and even the former Confederacy were branded racial traitors, while the Zerg and Protoss were portrayed as distinct threats to be feared and hated. The Zerg in particular were used to great effect to support the policies of Emperor Mengsk, with the rule of the Dominion widely described as the only defense against another attack by the Swarm. Where these propaganda efforts failed, the Dominion ruled through fear, oppression, and constant surveillance. Even minor crimes elicited harsh punishments. Keenly aware of the threats posed by an internal insurgency or outside intervention, Emperor Mengsk made use of an enormous military apparatus equally responsible for ensuring the stability of the regime and defending against foreign powers. The Dominion armed forces made use of essentially the same military doctrine that had defined Terran strategy since their arrival in the Koprulu sector, albeit updated to incorporate new technologies and wartime experience. The space naval arm of the military was known as the Dominion Fleet, its task forces based around various classes of battlecruiser that constituted the largest and most capable ships ever fielded by humanity. These massive vessels were supported by various auxiliary ships, air superiority squadrons, and flights of strike craft. During planetary invasions, these ships provided aerospace support for the Dominion Marine Corps, which emphasized a combined arms approach to counter the wildly different threats of the Zerg and Protoss. The Dominion also made use of the controversial Ghost program, a reconnaissance and special forces group comprised entirely of psionically gifted individuals. Ghosts were some of the most effective operatives in the Dominion and often used by the regime as assassins. Effectively the direct successor to the original Sons of Korhal, the Dominion military ceremoniously named many of its elite units after those that had participated in the rebellion against the Confederacy. These included Alpha Squadron, Nova Squadron, and even a Marine unit named after the Sons of Korhal themselves. In spite of the massive rearmament in preparation for a seemingly inevitable Second Great War, the Terran Dominion received precious little warning when the Queen of Blades finally made her move. The invasion was devastating, and unable to protect all the outlying colonies at once, the Dominion withdrew its forces to the core worlds, holding firm against the onslaught at the cost of millions of lives. Slowly but surely, the Dominion military-industrial complex stepped up to meet the demands of total war, and the Zerg were pushed back. The situation remained perilous, however, with Zerg sightings all over the Dominion, and no means for the Dominion fleet to be everywhere at once. It was not the Zerg that dealt the most serious blow to the Dominion, but rather Jim Raynor, who exposed the brutal truth that Mengsk himself had lured the Zerg to the Confederate capital of Tarsonis deliberately. Even a great victory on the Zerg stronghold of Char, in which the Queen of Blades reverted to human form, did little to stop the growing shock and anger over the atrocities committed by Mengsk's regime. Furious that this information had been revealed, Emperor Mengsk scoured the sector for Jim Raynor and Sarah Kerrigan, the former Queen of Blades. In the final battle of the Second Great War, Raynor and Kerrigan, reborn once more as the primal Queen of Blades, arrived over Korhal. With the might of the swarm behind her, Kerrigan cut through the Dominion's defenses, swept through Augustgrad, and together with Raynor, killed Mengsk in the heart of his palace. With the death of his father, Prince Valerian was named emperor and dedicated himself to bring about a new beginning for his people, free of military oppression and corruption. Imperial rule was slowly dismantled, and the Dominion reformed itself into a democratic federation. In the wake of greater events elsewhere in the galaxy, a ceasefire between the Terrans, Zerg, and Protoss was established, a demilitarized zone dividing their respective territories. In this new era of peace and prosperity, the greatest question remains. Is this simply another interlude before the next conflict tears the sector apart? Powerful forces remain at work across the galaxy, and before too long, fleets and armies might once more be mobilized under the banner of the Terran Dominion. The Templin Institute investigates alternate worlds and realities.
But yeah, that's the general idea. Because the Terran Dominion in like StarCraft, there's internal conflict. Like, you help create it. The Emperor ends up deciding how things are ran, and then people didn't agree, so you have like internal fighting and stuff going on, which is what we're trying to like build here. So there's kind of a mini game inside of Star Citizen on top of everything else, where people can vie for power and try to become the Emperor, or try to maintain control over the org, and and they can rotate in and out. But they have so like the ghosts, that's the thing that I was having a hard time sorting when it came to the game, because it's hard to tell like if ghosts are like higher or lower in the food chain in the organization ranks. Hello? It's not letting me back into the universe. Accept. Okay. Should have restarted. But yeah, we need we need a form of income for the org that can be used to help pay people to do jobs. And then once we get some form of income inflowing into the org, we can start doing more things, make a hub for people to start trading and doing things, gambling, and then all of that goes into the org, which gives a reason for somebody to want to like control an org, and then we'll have more money and resources to do things. But I want people to be able to make their own small orgs, their own small groups. So like just like StarCraft, you had like Reiner's Raiders and all those that are like sub-factions, and like Alpha Squadron and stuff. Those are like sub-factions that kind of manage themselves and do their own thing underneath like an imperial structure. So like they work together for a purpose, but they're not like controlled. And if they don't agree with you, then they can try and take control if they want. The biggest deal is that the Imperial Guards or whatever that we're going to have, they have to manage a lot of stuff to some degree. The Senate, like the Senate votes and things like that are going to be pretty like, my idea is like I kind of want to try and add on to what we had did in Guild Wars 2 with Rome. Because Star Citizen has those ranks in the org. So like the senator rank that I put in there, they manage applications. And I think what I want to do is if an org joins the Empire or whatever, they put in an application to the Empire. Every org that's inside of our org has like a representative that's a senator that can agree or disagree to allow another org in. And if an org comes in, they get a senator on the council to like start to vote and shit. Probably like after they get so many members, like say they get like 10 or 20 members in their org, they now get to sit on the Senate and they can make decisions and vote and stuff and work together with the other orgs. But if someone has like a conflict with some other org, or they just want to like try and have more power inside of our org, they can challenge like competitions, sports, FPS combat, fighter combat. Everything could be managed by the org, and that's where like the Imperial Guard would be coming in. Like they have to manage griefers and stuff, but we don't want unstructured conflict. We don't want like multiple orgs inside of our org fighting randomly for no reason. Like if we're fighting to do something and we have a game plan to do everything, we don't need people backstabbing each other. So you have to like structure it in a way to where it's controlled and we have times to do it, and it can only happen so often, so it can't happen every day. You can try to like move up a rank or something like once a month or once every 2 months or whatever, so we have some stability. And then we those competitions, we use it for a funding source. That's the gambling and stuff like that. So if people want to go from contest and they want to move up ranks in like with FPS combat or a race or dog fighting or like some sort of naval battle, or maybe they just want to play rock paper scissors, that just gives us something as an org to use to make more content, more money to do stuff. So like in Guild Wars 2, for instance, we had it to where you could get voted from the Senate to get promoted up through the ranks on the civilian side, or you could kind of either slowly get promoted up on the military side, or if you had enough people underneath you, you could challenge a rank above you and try to fight your way to the top. But we had arena fights, so everything had PvP arena battles to do that, and you could substitute somebody in for you that was willing to fight for you if your skill wasn't good enough, because people got their ass kicked in the arena and they couldn't fight. And we had arena fights all the time in that game. And I was the head of the Praetorian Guard at the time, so like 99% of the time when somebody wanted to like challenge the Emperor and try to take the Emperor's throne, I was the dude getting put into the ring for the Emperor to fight for him. And I was undefeated for, God, like 2 years, something like that. So it was pretty dope. But that's another MMO game. My builds in that game are always very tanky, and I was trained when the game first came out. They used to have 1v1 duels all the time in the PvP zones, and there's a Hambo Warrior guy who was like number 1 or number 2 like best duelist in all of Guild Wars 2, and he taught me a lot of shit when I was younger. I keep spawning right here. It's kind of weird. Yeah, forgot about the worm decorations too. We didn't even get that fully finished. I think I might end up starving in here. Not ideal. Yeah, we're probably gonna move those to where we're going to be doing the gambling dens. We need a way to mark each den so we kind of know from a distance what is what, because marking them with the worms kind of would work, but we have 6 worms that we could use. And we have 4 areas that we could use as gambling dens. But we can use the worms to mark them out so everyone knows. But we need what is it? We need a distinguishing marker so we know specifically, like, because we need to separate people that are going to gamble against each other into different groups so they can't cheat and see the other person's dice. That's the big thing. I don't recall this being here before.
Well, that's the way it goes, right?
But yeah, the big deal is being able to make sure they can't cheat. So I think we have to use the Discord to potentially somehow solve that problem. I'm not positive. My thinking is separating them into 4 groups lets you have up to a 4-player match, potentially. If we do what I think I'm going to try and do, we could potentially separate even more, or we might be able to have more players all in one match using different or the same dice, because you don't have to change the dice after like everything lands, right? So the biggest second issue, besides like someone being able to like zoom out and see someone else's dice, is that if you have a partner who's communicating with you in Discord, they could sit next to the other person and then see the dice that are there and tell you what the numbers are. So we need to be able to keep people from seeing or being able to guess which dice is which, you know? So in that section right there that we just like put together, we had 3 tables in front of each chair. Each of those chairs can sit 3 people, but anyone can be standing over there at any point, just like looking. So they could easily tell somebody every single dice that's there. But if we roll the dice and we just leave them there, then it keeps the players who are coming in from stealing dice because they don't have to roll them. And it allows them to select which set of dice they want to use. And then if someone's trying to cheat and like see what dice are there, they're gonna have like, I don't know, 3 to 6 different combinations. Like I think we could probably put 8 combinations there potentially per section.
That's
But
nuts.
I might not have enough dice to even cover that right now. I have like 45 dice or something, but we just lost 2 of them. So
What's been going on with you?
I don't know why I can't drink that, but whatever. I didn't even know this was here. Like, I didn't know it worked. But yeah, we can probably have 6 to 8
Days like
pairs
today
of
remind
dice
me why I
per
left
section.
Terra.
So
I got
that's,
a call from my mum and she's-
if we did 6 per
she
section,
isn't the best at expressing it.
that's
She
30
just comes
dice
off as very self-righteous and dismissive of
per
anything
zone,
that's
which means I
outside
would
the
probably
comfort
have to have a
world.
shit ton more dice. Because I have like 40 or something. That would be 120 dice that we would need to run that. But I think what you would need is,
What's been going on with you?
God, that's a lot of dice.
Been trying to get away from cities lately. Just
I already
been
spent
feeling
way too much damn money the
overwhelmed
first time
way
I
too
bought
often.
dice, to be honest.
It's good to take a break.
Might have to melt some
things
stuff.
just boggle the mind. Everything good?
But even
thinking
right
about
now,
going
like we have 6 sections over there for dice, so someone could sit down, They would have 3 to 6 options for dice that they could use. All different numbers. And then if you have someone managing the dice in each box, that's 4 people that you would need to pay. But, you'd probably need the people to either be able to verbally call out which dice they want or put it in a Discord box to say what dice they want, like whisper it. You need some way to like have them select 1, 2, or 3 or whatever on the dice box, and then have the people managing the game know which dice they select without anyone else knowing. I should have bought some food and shit while I was in there, but whatever. Yeah, I had a guy trying to buy one of the Blossom armor set off of me for $4 million. They're like $25.
Now arriving. Kisa spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking.
But yeah, to set up this, if we were gonna mark them with worm statues, we would need 2 more worm statues. Or we need 1 more worm statue for 4 areas, so we have 8 statues. But we could also try and set it up just inside of the main entrance to the hangar, honestly. Like, we could put the chairs and stuff in there, and we just need to make like a section for the dice games and shit. It would be really close to the doorway and stuff, though. Okay. See, like, right here, we could turn this into the casino to some degree. Like, because people are going to come in, they're going to be right here. And then on the side over here, we could technically, like, put the tables right here. Maybe. And just have someone back here working it and tossing the dice. That could be another option. Probably put the row of tables like right here. And then have like a way for them to walk back here, like leave a gap against this wall where they could get back here. And then have like a couple of big tables right here that like nobody passes or they get shot in the face. and then people could come over here and look at the dice that they want, select that option. It's kind of hard to say because, like, Liar's Dice is, I feel like rolling the dice is, like, what kind of makes it fun. So just selecting your dice, like coming in here and picking the best one, just seems like it'd be less fun, you know? But we have two sides that we could do that with as well, so there is that. I already forgot what the fuck I was doing. No, we're setting up the tables. I think it was the worm statues. I can't even remember how much those dice were. Yeah, I think we could probably put like one more table in there, but I think 6 is fine. 6 seems like a decent amount. Now, worm statues over here. We could put one there. Maybe, but like none of this is even. We could put the worm statues on either side of this, maybe, and maybe put a table in the middle. Like, maybe we have like a table right there and we put worm statues on either side of this. But I think it would look a little weird. Mostly just have to have enough stuff. Who doth send me messages? The vile knave. The fuck out of here. Bird is the worm. There you go. Who wants a piece of the champ? I have a real weapon. That's what's good about this thing. Because sometimes it's faster just to pick a car up and toss it, you know what I mean? Alright, let's see what we got. Because we might need like a PTV parking place, and like we could probably do that like right here, like just drive the PTVs up, park. Alrighty, let's do. Hopefully it doesn't freak out on us, but let's do like this. Sort of what we're going for. Not shabby. Not shabby indeed. Okay, it's up against the tables. This one has a lamppost in front of it. Okay. We're getting somewhere, boys. Fuck. Okay. Let's redo that real quick. Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. Hold up here. Hold up. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I get what you're putting down. I feel like it's gonna look terrible from the backside, though. Okay, that's not working. I guess we could put a smaller table in the middle. And use it as like a, Yeah, it's not even. It's kind of bothering me. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, we could have put the worms in the corners like here and there, and then move the tables forward, and then move the chairs back to like right here maybe. But it's going all right. Alyssa, you trying to sell me artwork? Is that what's going on? It sucks that these tables weren't stable. If I could have put the dice on these tables, everything would have been perfectly fine. But the tables had to be flipping out and crazy, you know? I'm gonna see if I can make a wall out of these. Yes. I can kind of dig it. Kind of dig it. Alright. So we can make sort of a wall. But not really. Okay. Okay. Kind of all right. I'm not super upset about this. Question is, do I just want a table there or not? I feel like just having a table here is alright, but... Thing is that we could take three of those probably, stick it right here, and then have like a game here where like, let's say you come in, that's busy so you can't gamble down there, but you want to do like a quick match or something. You have like a dude that can set up here and like do quick matches. Guess how many numbers come in? Like, pick 5 numbers. Each one that you get right is, like money or something. Like, each one that you get right, like, doubles the money you get. So, say, like, let's say it's 5 dice. Each dice is, like, times 10 or something. So, you get 1 dice right, you get, like, 10 credits. 2 dice right, 100 credits. 3 dice, 1,000. 4 dice, 10,000. 5 dice, 100,000. That could be a thing. See, but this is the problem with this table. Sucks. All right. I don't think there's any way that we could possibly... I don't know if there's any way that we could... have one person run both of those at the same time. Because, like, we probably could. But you need a way to get up and down without being a major issue. Which would require something right here. Like, we'd have to put that big long table, like, right here. And then you could jump up on the table and then jump up here. Because if we're working this down here... What happens if I drop the dice while I'm in the chair, I wonder? Is that not even a thing? We could put these tables up on this upper lip, maybe, facing this direction, like TV screens. But it probably wouldn't be great. Let's say, like, so, like, you're standing here. Three dice down. You sit in your chair. Boom. Looks like a 6, 2, and a 1. Now, can I carry that while sitting? I can. And then, but I can't do anything else. Now, when I stand up, what happens if I drop the dice? Drop. It goes on the other side. And I can't see the dice number through the screen. Interesting. Did we just like create another method of doing this? Is that what just happened? Do we need to put these in the opposite direction? So you walk up to the screen and then you drop. Not great, but it is kind of like a basket almost. Like you can pick up your, like turn your dice back in. So you walk up to the screen, drop, drop, drop. They all go in there. Everything's hunky-dory. Can you grab them from this side? Sort of. It's kind of difficult, but you probably could. It looks like 442. I don't know what that is. I kind of like that behind the screen, though. It's kind of cool. 'Cause then people can't touch it. But then basically, when you're working this, you'd like pick up the dice or whatever from the back, you'd come over in the front, drop it, dice go in. Okay, so that is 224. See, I'd need to do some tests to figure out different ratios to make money. 'Cause like this looks like 442. top of each other. So I guess like if you're working this, you like pick up the dice, drop it on their side, and then they would have to pick up the dice, drop it back on that side. And now we have either 622 or no, it's 422. No, 642 or 622 is what's going on there. But that looks like a 4 from here almost. But yeah, I see the 6 now. Alright, so let's say if you had fourth person view, you could walk up and like see. I need some more test dice. I'm gonna be spending way too much damn money on this game. That's for sure. What am I supposed to do? Lose my dice? When I could start a business? That thing sucks. I'm pretty sure they have, like medium tables, I think. Somewhere. We need like a ship banner. We need ship banners at each table section. That's what we need. Probably, I don't know, we should probably just use small tables. I fucking knew better. I knew better than to trust the table. Like, what? Hey. let's say you pay and you get a few dice. You come in here, you drop your dice. Shrink. 2, 4, 6, I believe. 2, 4, 5. Floating a wrench. What? It's either that or we let them. Should just be regular universe. As far as I know, it should be regular universe. I am hungry as fuck though. See, we could let people roll their own dice, but then you'd need someone. Like, I feel if you have one person running all the gambling and you let people roll their own dice, basically what you'd have happen is, like, you drop the people off, you'd have to drive the PTV to each section, let them roll their dice, write down the number, and then go to each section and do that, and then they gamble, and then when the winner or whatever is said at the end, you would have all the numbers written down, and you could declare a winner. And then I guess we could make a rule that they need to turn their dice in. If they don't turn their dice in at the end of it, they forfeit their winnings, maybe. Then you're trying to be driving a PTU around the whole time. If we do this, they don't touch the dice. But you either pre-roll the dice and write the numbers down before it starts, kind of confusing how this would work, I guess, because you could, I guess, come and pre-roll the dice in front of each of these 3 tables. And then have them sit here and say, like, these are your 3 games that you have. You have 3 games. These are your 3 dice rolls. You get to choose 1 dice roll each game. Or like 1 for each game. Or like maybe this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. You go left to right. I'm hurting my own brain right now. It's I think just giving them the dice and letting them roll would probably be more fun. I feel like rolling the dice is like part of the experience of the gamble and the game. But if we do that, then you're only going to be able to have like 1 person in each little section. So we're going to be able to do like 1 4-man game, but we would have multiple 4-man games going at one time, and you'd basically have to keep track of each game going on, have a guy on a PTV going around to each section and writing down every number for every game that's going on. If you have 1 person working 1 section like this, they would still need every number from every other area to know who the winner is. It would be easier if there was a way to, like, roll the dice next to each other without being able to be seen. The only thing that we could do, we could put them inside of a spaceship. Yeah. We need something small enough. Spaceship or a ground vehicle. We could use Ursa rovers. Because there's no windows.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Because the Argo Cargo is small, and the Pisces is small enough, but the Pisces has a window.
Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
Let me check. It just doesn't look as good when you have, because, like, a Lynx Rover would look pretty decent, I guess. Alright, 1 second. Discord. Discordia. Oh, what up? Oh shit, 1 second. Yeah, what up? Hello there. Wait 1 second. You're really fucking low for some reason. But, yeah. Yeah, but, I mean, you were like, I don't know, 60%ers. I got new headphones and shit too, though, so. But yeah, it has been a little bit. I get addictions when I go and do stuff. I went back to League to play a game with that chick, and I was gonna try and get her to Diamond, and then everything fell apart, and I got kind of stuck into playing League because I was kind of in the groove, but. Yeah, I don't know. And that I updated on the OBS thing, but I think it's different on the other one. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty good at that, honestly. But the I don't think the MP. Yeah, because I was trying to figure out how to get this dice gambling game to work, and I want it to be like as simple as like possible, but I wanted it to look good. And now I'm thinking, I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but I can use vehicles as like little boosts for people so they can't see the other people's dice. It wouldn't look as neat, but like these glowy tables that I'm having, I think I have a different game that I could play, but I don't know what the buy-in should be. But they go up and they go to gamble, and they go to like one of these tables. It could be that you get 5 dice, you have 1 through 6, you guess the numbers. Each number that you get right times is like the amount that you get by 10, but there has to be a buy-in. So like 1 dice you get like 10 credits, 2 dice you get 100, then 1,000, 10,000, then 100,000. So like if you get all dice right, you get 100,000, but if you don't get them all right, you lose the money that you put in. You know what I'm saying? That could be like a quick gamble that people could come and do and just like rapid fire it. But you'd have to have a buy-in that's good enough to like cover the odds of like losing, you know? But because I'm pretty sure I showed you what I was trying to do before, though, right? Like Liar's Dice. Oh, well, there's videos online about it, but at Pirates of the Caribbean, Davy Jones, where they're doing that dice game, that's what it is. It's an actual game you can play. Yeah, but in Star Citizen, there's no cups, so you have to be able to hide your dice. And that was I was gonna buy some of those vases and try to shove the dice in the vases, but the only way, and since you can F4 and zoom really far the fuck out, you could literally like be inside of this little hangar area and then zoom out and see all the way to the other side. So you had to separate everybody really far away. So I was trying to build separate booths all across the hangar so you could separate people playing into their own section so they can't cheat. And that's where I ended up trying to design and build the casino. But now I'm thinking, you know, we could get Ursa rovers or something set on the side. There's no windows on them, so they just go in, shut the door, you roll your dice, and then they can all be right next to each other. But I still want to like decorate the casino and stuff. Like I think we could do like simpler, really quick games like that where you could roll a dice and then earn more the more that you get right or whatever. I don't know. I feel like that would be like if it ever became popular and you had like hundreds of people trying to gamble all at once, like that would be like the money makers, the ones that are going in there and playing like slot machines basically. But you saying why? Oh, I. Yeah, okay. Gotta say it with some umph. No, I lost 2 dice earlier though for some fucking glitch, so I don't even know. But the amount of dice that I'll need for like if I do that many games, it's gonna be crazy. Like I don't remember how many dice I have right now, like 40 or 50 or something. But talking about 5 dice per table, if we do all those mini games and stuff, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of dollars of dice. But yeah, but the liar's dice or whatever though, like it's 5 dice per, like if I had 50 dice or whatever, then that'd be like 10 people that could play at once. But that's like the limit. Usually most of the liar's dice games stop at like 4, but there's technically no limit of how many people you can have in. And there's multiple ways you can play. You got like a fast game that's just like you go through and you go through one time, and then when it's over, it's over. But there's another version where like you go through and then whoever loses basically gets rid of one of their dice, and you keep going until the person runs out of dice. That's the long version, but substance. I'm gonna end up dying from food and shit. I don't think I have a medical Pisces.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Arrow, Pisces. Nope. Constellation Ursa. Yeah, I need a medical rover just for this, to be honest. But no, I was trying to think of
Your
the
vehicle
smallest
has been
vehicle
delivered to the
that I
following
can use
location.
that has like a
Please visit
sealed
us again.
interior that nobody can see inside. But you also have the issue of people cheating. That's the problem, is that you need to be able to see that they're not re-rolling the dice. We probably could use Argo cargos. Well, the thing is, eventually the Argo cargo, you can detach that pod that's on there. So, like, in theory, we could just take a bunch of those pods and set them in a corner somewhere. And then the window that's in it, whoever's running the game could look through the window, but I almost feel like you're pretty much forced to write down what the dice are every time someone rolls. And that's the problem. Like, but if I set up all these tables in 4 corners, I could just roll dice at each area and then have it to where the person goes over there and just picks a set of dice. And they just tell me what they pick, and I can already have them pre-writ down. But it's hard to say. I think the Liar's Dice games need to be more rare. Like, they need to be for like something high value that's like worth the effort of gambling for. But the quick stuff should be easier. But I want to use this kind of stuff and do like Pirates of the Caribbean does, where like, let's say we go and we have like a squad and we're gonna go get some armors at an outpost or something, and people are like arguing over who gets the loot because there's like one pair of pants that popped up. Well, then you just play Liar's Dice and like whoever wins gets it, you know. But yeah, the Ursa has no windows, so it's kind of good. You could roll up the back, but we have to see if the dice stay in here. Dice doeth stay. So that's good. I'm kind of wondering if you could have multiple people use the same dice for their games, or if they feel... I don't know if people care about rolling the dice or not. Because, like, you could, in theory, like, this Ursa has, like, 4 seats. You could go in here, roll the dice for them, and write it down. Because that's what I'm trying to do is, like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be forced to write down the numbers every time. But, it saves travel time if you have everybody, like, in one area. Like, instead of having to drive the PTV all across the hangar 24/7, I can just have one area, sit there, roll the dice, write it down, and like I could have like 4 guys in the back of one Ursa. Say we have 4 Ursas. If 4 people in one Ursa don't care about having the exact same dice, then you could use them all. But it kind of makes it to where someone could cheat and tell whoever the other guys are playing against that what the numbers of the dice are. Yeah. But yeah, I think the Ursa is the smallest vehicle I can think of that could do that. Argo cargo pod would be good. A Carrack cargo pod would be good. Argo cargo pod would probably be like the smallest possible thing that we could do. Could use a Pisces or like a cutter.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the... Please visit us again.
I don't know if there's any way to detach the cargo pod off of the Argo right now, though. Yep. Carrack? They open, but they don't, like, go to the ground or anything. That's where everyone's split, because basically the original Carrack design, the pods are supposed to detach and fall on the ground. So they're either going to do that to where they detach and fall to the ground, or they're redoing the whole underside of the Carrack, which they've talked about, I guess. So Carrack might be getting a whole nother makeover again. Perseus is probably coming out sometime this year, though. That's what I've been hearing, so. I'm trying to think if there's any possible way that somebody could see inside of this Argo without, like, if you had somebody watching, like you had 4 Argos, you had somebody watching it and not letting anyone look inside the window, it'd probably be fine. But we need a place to set them, so like we have to park them on the edge of the map. Yeah, that pod would be pretty damn small. I think it would work. You just have to... Because you could rotate it backwards, put it against a wall, and then people could only come in and out of the small little bitty door. Have you did any of the events or anything? Like since the worm? What to do? Park them over there. button. Setting the chair. And we drop some dice. I don't think the Argo cargo's that much. I heard the medical, I don't know if the medical stuff is in, but you have to pay like 100K to respawn or something now. Kinda crazy. Carry. Place. It's always 2. Okay, carry. Place. It's always 2 if it's placed. 6. Okay, so. Okay, that's interesting. So we could do. Sit your ass in the chair. Yeah, I asked a whole bunch of different random questions, but I forgot what they were. I thought you were just like zoning me out or something. I got you. I've had connection problems for the last few months. They said a squirrel chewed the internet cord. Rain got in and fried everything, but I think it's just their internet service, to be honest. I think the Argo might work though, because it's not very easy to see inside from the side windows. There's a chair inside, so people can set their ass down in there, and you can't roll the dice while you're sitting down. And if you throw the dice against the wall, it looks like they stay. So, they could literally just throw the dice in here, sit down. But you basically should be able to shut the door behind them, and no one's really going to be able to tell what those numbers are, I guess, unless they're like really good at figuring out the positions of some things. But you should be able to see if somebody's like looking through the window. So Yeah, I think one of the tables deleted 2 of my dice earlier, so. Yeah. Oh. You seen the CitizenCon goodie pack things for this year? Oh, yeah. Good chested. I don't know. I just put it's like $29.55 goodies pack, and there's like Reddit posts and stuff about it. I don't know. It's on the homepage of it, like the stuff that's like advertised on the very front. And they just had Ship Showdown or whatever. So apparently the I don't even remember the ships. I think it was like the Zeus, the Polaris, something else, and like the Gladiator getting showdown skins this year.
Everything good with you?
Yeah. Depends on if they're ass or not. If they do purple again, but since they got backlash last year, they might actually do a cool color. Oh, I think it's like 150K.
Now arriving from Metro Center. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
I'm gonna have to do a They said no Squadron 42 stuff this year at CitizenCon either. So. They show you at CitizenCon, and like some of the items are actually made during CitizenCon, and then the other ones are. Yeah, it'll be after CitizenCon, because they still have to make the items that they make during CitizenCon. Like, they made the sandworm plushies and shit last year. But, basically, you can buy them after CitizenCon. Like, I don't know how long. I mean, it's a few months after CitizenCon. You can still buy it till, like, December or something, I think. But a lot of people just wait and see until like what it is, because they show you at CitizenCon and then they buy it. Some people just like buying shit before they see it. But I like the flight suit. It seemed alright. It's the flight suit that goes with the Paladin. It seems like that's what people are saying. But no idea if it vacuum seals or not, because it looks like an open face helmet.
Hey.
Yeah, but I couldn't remember if the helmet on Squadron 42 was open face or not, the gunner helmet, because I think it was, and then it seals. So I'm not positive what they're doing there. But it almost looked like there was a buckle or something. But if you find one of the Reddit pages that has that goodie pack and they're talking about it, there's pictures at the bottom where people have used like computer programs to try and like shade in those armors on the side to see what they look like. Kind of 50-50. One kind of looks like a sort of pirate armor almost, and the other one kind of like reminds me of like a paladin or some shit, like a knight armor. But has like 4 lights on the side of it, like in the helmet.
Hi.
Fucking awesome. Like one bag, just like.
Hey.
You alright?
Hey, what's up? Sometimes I think about throwing my life away.
Yeah, I'm still split
Hey
on
there.
it, but we'll see. Personally, what? Yeah. A lot of people want a Galaxy. I think it's gonna be a pretty decent ship. I don't think the Galaxy's my thing. It just seems like it's very flexible, but like it doesn't seem like I don't know.
Hello.
It's like a pretty decent sized ship that you can shove into a bunch of different roles, but like the ship itself to me like doesn't really fit any of the roles that it sells, so it's kind of weird. It's kind of like a Carrack as far as I remember. It has like a couple of repeaters on it, like 3 or something.
Person Dynamics is currently
Hi.
hiring.
Hey. Hi.
It's not too bad, I guess. The size 5, does that mean size 5 guns or size 4 guns? Yeah. Well, I thought I mean, if it's a size 5 on every turret, then I guess it makes some sense, but it kind of, I don't know, that throws me off because why the hell did they make the Carrack's weapons size 4s? They nerfed them to size 4s and everything else gets size 5s, which I don't know. Well, I mean, I get it, but like the Odyssey is supposed to have size 5s. Yeah, but I'm saying that ship is like a large ship and it's getting size 5
Now
guns,
arriving from
like
Kisa Spaceport.
just like the
Stand
Odyssey.
by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
No, the Galaxy. Yeah, but the Odyssey has size, but I'm saying the Galaxy has the same gun size then.
Next stop, Kisa Spaceport.
Odyssey will probably get fucking buffed up before it comes out anyway. Like, I'm sure they'll probably like give the Odyssey size 6 guns or something, and like, you just watch. 'Cause it seems like everyone's on board with the Odyssey being like the best exploration ship, so
Now
it'll
arriving.
get everything. They already talked about it, maybe even being able to go through like jump points and shit now. So they're like the transient wormholes. So it's like, I don't even know. I have a hard time balancing in my head with the ships. Like, I think the Odyssey is a good ship. I just don't think it's. I don't know. I just don't feel like when I look at it, I don't feel safe. It feels dangerous. Like anything could break on it at any point. Like the repair functions are a big problem. But it's just because like it's supposed to be the. I get that it's like it's basically if you want to be like an org or group that sets in the deep dark of space and just like toils around and does like shit and like explores and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And so it needs good weapons and things, but everyone just like rushes to that instead of like and just overlooks the Carrack and shit like a whole lot. And I feel like the Carrack is probably better for like ground exploration and like finding planets. But like basically anyone that's a fan of the Odyssey, they kind of like act like it just dumpsters the Carrack so fucking hard. And then when I look at the Odyssey, like I'm seeing the engines and thrusters and stuff are on the outside of the ship on the edges, and like with Maelstrom potentially that could just break off and you're gonna lose an engine. The mining laser and stuff, if it gets damaged, you're not gonna be able to make fuel and you're gonna run out of fuel eventually. The capital shields and stuff are super OP and strong, but you don't always have your shields up when you travel around. The ship is way bigger, so like traveling through asteroid belts and stuff, you could easily hit a rock. You know, there's just like a lot of things that could like, and then like what happens when you have the generator, like the mining laser and the refinery and your shields and your everything else running on the ship, and then like even the medical bay on the bottom. There's like, it's right next to the front door, so if you landed on the ground and someone like gets on your ship, they can go right into your medical bay and just like shut down all your respawns. And then like to get to the bottom floor to the top floor, there's like 4 ladders that go up from the first to the second floor, and then like 2 elevators. So there's a lot of ways for people to like try to get up to the top. And it's just, I don't know. There's a lot of things that I just see with it. I just don't know about the ship, but I feel like it's meant for like just floating out in the middle of space, like probably growing a little bit of food, recycling its own air and water, and then finds its fuel. But I think if it gets into combat, it wants to run. I don't know. But people's argument basically though is that you can just get that instead of the Carrack for everything. But for me, the Carrack is like, I feel like it's going to be easier to repair, and it's going to be better for just like more dangerous missions on planets and shit. I don't know. It really comes down to the repair functions, though, because like Carrack doesn't have its repair function or anything in, if it even gets it, or the modular pods. Those are the big selling things. But there's a lot of stuff with ships that like people don't agree with me on, so it's not a huge deal. Oh, I feel like there was something else I was trying to say before that. Hilarious about the galaxy. Well, that doesn't sound like it's going to be I don't know. I mean, it's probably fine. But I think it has like 3 turrets, but it didn't have a bottom turret or something like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that tells me like, oh, it probably has the missile pods like the Carrack has, maybe, or not the Carrack, the Connie. It might have those like deployable missile pods where you could reload it from the inside. That would be pretty good. Yeah. Well, they're forced into making the base building module thing for it now too, so that's the other thing is like I feel like if they do the base building module for that, I feel like the Carrack is gonna get one too. I just don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Times 4 is 80. 20 times 4. I have like over 80 dice, so I'm pretty damn close to having a shit ton of dice. I mean, I have ships that people can use now. I don't really care about any of the ships that I have. It's just that people probably don't really like the ships that I have because they're not. I didn't buy the Javelin and shit. But I want to be able to help people earn their own ships in game. I don't want to buy everything for them. So it's. If you're talking about warships, I mean, they have 890 and the Reclaimer's going to turn into a capital. Yeah, I didn't know if you're talking about warships or not, but... Yeah, Polaris and... I mean, you can get it in-game. I don't know if you can buy it with money yet, but I mean, if they're gonna do that, but you could do the Wicklow thing. But you basically have to earn one. I mean, that's the whole thing that I like was like. It's part of the reason I didn't buy like a Polaris because like I kept flipping on it, whereas like I kind of think we need it, kind of don't need it for defense, and I was like. It seems like the Polaris is going to be the first capital like warship that you really work towards in the game. So I feel like that would just be like the first goal that you would have as an org is to like work together, get a Polaris. And then yeah. Well, I mean, it's RSI, so I mean, they make warships and stuff. I don't know what the rules are with everything, but like military ships are supposed to have more redundancy, basically. But RSI makes giant naval ships. They might have that in there anyway. But. I think there's size 5s and size 6, size 5s, and size 3s maybe? Not really sure. I'm pretty sure the top turrets are size 5s. I wanted to replace all the guns on that with Banu Singe cannons though. Try it out. I still needed crews to do that. I was replacing the guns on like the Redeemer and stuff with Singe cannons, even though they're size 3s instead of size 4s. And brother, destroying shit. Like, it was crazy. Like, all those ships that people say are terrible because that have like a bunch of guns on them, the Banu Singe cannons are like hit scan. They don't have as long of a range, but like with fighters and shit, like with 4 Singe cannons going off, it just instantly one taps their shields. They're just done. And if you get like a second barrage off, they're already finished. So like with all those ships, you go in, you hit them with like one barrage of Singe cannons, and there's no blind spots, so like they have to avoid your fire. But the Singe cannons travel so fast, it's hard to dodge. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a bad ship, I just... Yeah. I'm under the impression that probably most ships can take out other ships as long as they know where to hit them. I feel like that's kind of how it's leaning, because like a lot of the warships or whatever, like with RSI, the big thing is their engines. They got these big ass engines that are easy to hit. Yeah, you take the engines out, the ship's just dead in the water. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to turn
the
into.
Vehicle Retrieval System.
But
Please visit us again.
that's why the argument where people were having between the Polaris and the Perseus, like, I still think the Perseus could probably fight a Polaris. It's just, it has to hit the engines, and as soon as the engines go down, the Polaris is useless because it can't turn. And, I mean, it's going to be the same thing with the Perseus, though, too, is if the engines go down, you're just not going anywhere. But the Perseus has a smaller profile front to back than the Polaris does, so it'd be harder to hit the engines. So see, I don't know if they have that. I'm thinking about getting some of those goodie packs from this year, though. I'm just not sure yet, because I like the idea of having some of those flight suits that are like almost like tank commander uniforms, but it's expensive, and honestly you could probably find them in game at some point. But I'm also curious about those other armor sets. The fact that you can get 3 like FPS weapons and then 3 armor sets. Yeah, there's kind of like people... What the fuck is this? Cargo plushie. People are like speculating on the weapons. I don't remember what all this stuff is. Someone was saying something, like some sort of energy weapon or something, I guess, that has been like talked about in the past, but I figure it'll probably be some beam weapons because they said this was the year of beams. But there's people wanting like automatic P8 ARs and shit. And but there's also a thing. Squadron 42. I doubt they're gonna put all this in the game right now for us because they save everything. But there's a video like a long time ago about Squadron 42 and like melee weapons, and there's like a bunch of like hammers and axes and shit in the background, and so I kind of almost wonder if like maybe we get a melee weapon of some sort. But I don't know. And they still have that crossbow that's supposed to be coming out eventually for backing some other game, and I kind of want that crossbow, but like I didn't back the game. I don't know what the fuck that game was, so. But I do like me some melee weapons. Cheap ship turrets. Do you care what size of a turret? Cheap in game or like turrets. I mean, you're basically, I mean, if you're looking at a lot of turrets, it's probably drop ships, so like Redeemer or Valkyrie. But Andromeda has a couple of turrets, the size 3s. Carrick. Yeah, Retaliator has a lot of turrets. I think there's like 5 or 6 on it or something. I think the Retaliator's pretty well rounded for like a lot of the stuff in the game, but claustrophobic as fuck too. The yeah, that one probably has the most turrets on what? Oh, it was Banu Singe cannons, but they're size 3s, so like I was taking like even size 4 turret guns and like just turning them into size 3s. But because people were using the Polaris and they were using those big ass top guns that are on that thing for like trying to defend against fighters, and they're terrible. Yeah, but I have Banu Defenders. I was wanting to run some tests with people to see how good the Banu Defenders would be in groups. If we had like 2 or 3 people, I want to see how good they are as like a pack ship, and like y'all all hit the same target and just like pick people off. But the devs keep making it to where the Banu Singe cannons are like bespoke to the Defender. They keep trying to like make it to where you can't possibly take them off. So I've found a few ways last time, but I heard they made them bespoke now, so I don't know if it still works. But it was a pain in the ass because you can't physically take them off or put them on the Defender. You gotta like, as long as they still go in the inventory, you can put them to like, I think the easiest thing I found was the Arrow. And then after you get them on the Arrow, you could pull them off with the mount, and then you could put them onto the Cutlass, and then you could kind of like get enough of them off of the Cutlass respawning, put them on like a Redeemer or something, and then you could like keep making more and more Singe cannons. But yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass to get set up, but it was pretty damn good. Because I was using it on the Lightning. That was my first theory, is because everyone said the Lightning was fucking terrible. And I wanted to try the Lightning, so I decided, hey, I'm going to go fucking try to make this into like a really good ship. And so I got the Banu Singe Cannons, put them on the Lightning so it can have all 4. So it's basically a Defender, and then it has like those 4 size 2s or whatever. And when you run up to, and then I put like a Rattler missiles in it. So all you do is like when you run up on a ship, you charge the Singe Cannons, you instantly one-tap their shields of the Singe Cannons, hit them with a strafe run of like bullets right after that. And then when you turn around, you pop like 1 Rattler, and then you go in for another like full salvo with the Singe Cannons, and they blow up. Like, it just destroys shields. So like if you got 2 cannons, it takes 2 charge shots to destroy most like fighter shields and stuff. If you got 4, it's just like a 1-tap. And then those Singe Cannons, even against like 890 jumps and bigger ships, they do so much damage that like it took like 8 or 10 shots or something to down the shields on like some bigger ships. It's pretty good. But my thought was that everyone says that like drop ships and stuff suck, and even the Polaris, like the turrets are ass at defending against fighters because they just dodge everything. But the Singe Cannons move so fast it's hard to dodge, and you don't need a ton of firepower to kill a fighter. And then if you're using drop ships and you had every turret manned, then you have like 360 coverage. So if you have those on there, you should be able to crossfire and just like hit. If you hit a fighter with like 6 or 7 shots, like from different angles with that gun, it's just, they're going to be blow up like 2 seconds. It's not even going to be close. Well, it's because no, it's because like the people who PvP and dogfight a lot, if you have those like bigger weapons and stuff, because they have travel time, they move sporadically and people miss. Like the only way to hit those guys is to like predict where they're gonna go, and since they can go in any direction, it's kind of hard. Which is why like I started using, God, what was it? It's like the Connies. I stopped using 4 of the same guns on the Connies. I was running 2 different pairs of guns with 2 different fire rates and 2 different like ammo recharges, and so I never ran out of shots. It is 24/7, always had guns going. And since they traveled at 2 different rates and those people were trying to dodge the bullets, like they would just get peppered until like their shields and stuff went down. But people don't do that with their turrets, so it's kind of because you could do that on the Polaris too. You could put 2 pairs of guns probably, and then you would never run out of rounds. You could probably pepper them down, but you still have to. It's like those World War II fighting games where you have to like try and lead the target and pepper them with like flak. But I think it'll get better over time. It's just thing. What's that doing? Oh yeah, I don't know if the medical changes are in yet. Yeah, the healing gel. Like we're gonna have a resource to respawn now, and it costs like 100,000 to respawn. I don't know if it's in the game yet though, because I've heard it and I know it's. My understanding is that if you go back to your home spawn or something, then it's free or like low cost, but the med beds take a resource now that you have to insert. This is healing gel, and it costs like 100k per healing gel thing, but like a revive takes like 1 full gel pack, and then healing wounds and stuff can take like half of a gel pack or something. But then they're modifying how much gel's used for healing because people bitched about it. So it's still going to be expensive, but they're trying to make you decide when you want to like repair an injury or not, and when you want to respawn. I kind of like it in a way though, because it means if you can sneak on someone's ship, you could pull their gel out of their thing, and you know, or if they're not maintaining their shit, they run out of gel. They just can't spawn anymore. But apparently the medbeds have it's kind of a weird where the higher tier the medbed, the more charges that you get, like the more capacity of gel it can hold, and the least, I think it's less gel that it uses or something, but the tier 1s and stuff weren't necessarily better. I feel like what they're going to end up doing is eventually putting a timer on respawns. And like the tier 3 beds are probably going to like respawn people really quick or something, but be like ass. And then like the tier 1s are going to like respawn, but it's going to be like slow or something. I don't know. But tier 2 seems like it's the happy middle ground. Like if you don't want to be a professional hospital and you just want to get shit done, I think the tier 2 is the middle ground. It's kind of weird. What are you doing with the Liberator? What are you doing with the Liberator? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, everyone says that it's ass compared to the Ironclad, though, but I'm still on board with the Liberator. Yeah. I mean, it's cheaper than the Iron. It's cheaper, I think, but I did a video on it a long time ago. Yeah, but I did a video on it like a long time ago. It's the Liberator's more expensive, but for crew costs, like, because the Ironclad has more guns, all this, it's probably cheaper to run and stuff, but like per crew costs, the Liberator, you get way more firepower per Liberator for each 2 crew than one Ironclad. So like when it comes to mass force dropping and shit, the Liberator's just better. But yeah. Well, the Ironclad does vehicles and cargo, but they want to use the Ironclad as a carrier. That's what people are trying to do. They're going to shove a ship in there, and they're going to use the repair bay to the door on. Yeah, I mean that's the thing with people is they just want to be able to put ships inside of the ships, and they think it's going to be the best, and I'm sure it can work and it's going to be fine, but there's too many ifs. I don't really think any of them thought any of their process through. Like all the top streamers and stuff talked about the Ironclad and all this and the repair functions, but you don't know if you're going to be able to repair a ship inside of the repair thing in that ship, because it talks about ground vehicles and tanks and stuff. I don't know if you have to like slide the vehicle into the repair bay to like get it to work, or if it's just going to auto repair anything that's in the hangar. But the big deal is that everyone's talking about, you know, even as a like just say like vehicles, you load the ironclad with vehicles, you drop them off somewhere, the vehicle gets damaged and blown up. You have to get it back into the ironclad to repair it. There's no way to. You're gonna have to fly the ironclad over there and try to like tractor beam that shit back inside to repair it. And so that's where it kind of falls off to me. Whereas like the Liberator doesn't have repair functions, but it can carry a Vulcan potentially right now, which means it has a mobile repair, refuel, and rearm that it can just carry on top of it. And the Vulcan has like a crew of 2. The Liberator has like a crew of 2. And I think the Terrapins are also good options for it. So like the base Terrapin and the medical Terrapin have crews of 2. So you could just use it as like an all-in-one ship for a 2-man kind of thing, you know? And I don't have... I'm kind of split because I'm tempted to get like a medical Terrapin, but I feel like 2 medical Pisces would probably be fine until you earn a Terrapin in game. And I don't know, because the Vulcan isn't out either and the Liberator isn't out, I don't know if you can fit 2 Terrapins and a Vulcan on top at the same time. So... yeah. I mean, I think that's the big thing. I mean, the Ironclad can probably do a lot of the same things. It's just... I think the Ironclad is better for, like, a small group of people that want one well-defended, like, ground-based sort of thing. Whereas, like... Or, like, you know, you could run cargo, but I feel like its power is, like, when you land it on the ground, it's basically a little fort. And you can kind of do what you want out of it. The Liberator, I feel like its thing is yeah. It's just like the Liberator doesn't have the best turret coverage, though. It has, like, top turret, I think. It's 2 top turrets. Yeah. Yeah, the top. I mean, I put a lot of focus on, like, where the turrets are on ships, because I feel like it kind of shows you what their roles are. But the Liberator and stuff, for me, the way I've... Yeah. For me, I just look at it as a garage, personally. It's like... I feel like Anvil's power comes from the amount of people that you have. Like, the more hands that you have, like FPS guys and stuff, the better the ships become in groups. And so, like, for me, I pair the Liberator with the Carrack and the Crucible. Like, that is my, like, trio, because that's, like, the starts of a base. Like, you could land a Liberator and a Carrack on the ground together, and you have medical respawns, you have, like, some minor repair functions, you have a ton of shit that you can carry, you have spare, like, vehicles that you could fly around with and stuff on them. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why I'm looking at it. Like, all the ships that I've got so far for the org stuff to use, like, I plan on it to be where you can scale up. So, like, just the fact that you can use a Liberator with 2 people is pretty good. And then you can put ships on top of it that also take 2 people as crew. Which means, like, say that you just started the game, you and your buddy, you have a Liberator, you get the Vulcan, so you can repair and refuel to make money, and you get, like, a medical Terrapin, you can do some medical runs to make money, you get, like, a regular Terrapin, you can do, like, some exploration and stuff with your Terrapin to make money, and that's all just with 2 guys on that ship. And then you go up to like 8 or 10 guys, you put a Carrack in there with it, now you got more medical, you got more, you know, a little bit more repair function, you got a little bit more search and like exploration function. And then once you get to like a Crucible size, it's like you can set that down and y'all can stay out for long periods and like repair your stuff and all that. So it's like, I feel like it's really easy to build up on that. It's kind of like the Starfarer. Like, I think the Starfarer is a pretty key sort of ship when it comes to like gas production for fleets. So a lot of people are going to have that. But the Ironclad, it's like, it's good on its own, but like it doesn't really pair with anything. There's no reason, like you could bring like a Corsair or something with it, but it's like all it does is give you more firepower for the most part. There's not any real connection with it. Like, you could connect a the biggest thing I think with it is that like you can leave the Liberator like out in space or out on the ground while you're doing missions, and then if you get shot down you can fly back to the Liberator and then go back home if you want to. Like, I don't think you should fly around your main ship that you're flying and leave your loot on that ship, because once your ship gets shot down, you lose all your loot. But if you have like a little floating toolbox somewhere, you go and you load your cargo on it, and then you get shot down while you're doing a mission, your cargo is still fine. It's on that ship somewhere, as long as someone doesn't get on and steal it. So I feel like that's probably the best option, to just separate all your stuff so you don't risk it. Because everyone else is like, I'm going to get the biggest, baddest ship that I can, and they're going to... Basically, they're doing the classic, like, survival game strategy of, like, build the biggest, baddest, most HP walls that you possibly can on your base and put all your loot in it and hoard it. And, like, all that leads to in survival games is somebody waiting until you log offline or whatever and then raiding your shit, because it's just a matter of time. But if you separate stuff to where it just takes so much effort to try and steal it, I mean, that's pretty much a defense on all of itself. And I think those smaller ships are going to just be easier to repair and maintain. Like, the Drake ships are supposed to be pretty easy to repair, but like a lot of the Anvil ships are like decently armored. Their engines and stuff are generally pretty attached to their frame, so I feel like they're made to like get blown up and then you go and repair them and they can kind of limp home. Whereas like a Drake ship is gonna like lose its wing, its whole engine's gonna fall off. You're gonna have to try and repair and like replace the whole section of the ship before it can fly again. It's gonna be a process. But I don't think a lot of orgs think about repair. Oh, I'm in my hangar. I was gonna put on some armor and shit. Hurston. In my hangar? Marlax's hangar? Hurston? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just Lorville. I was messing with this stuff. No, I'm in Lorville. Lorville. why I feel like shit, but I think it's because I haven't ate. I'm making some oatmeal and some eggs or something. But I wanted to find, because I know I have some blue armor somewhere. Or something like that. Yeah, what they need to come out with is like a an armor that like changes colors based on like what your torso chest piece is or something. It'd be crazy. Yeah, something like that. Like it kind of blends together. But yeah, they got some pretty cool armor. If you find that Reddit post about the Star Citizen bundle thing and like scroll down in the comments, find that picture that they have. It's I could probably show it to you actually, but there's one where they kind of like put colors on it and they kind of show you what it looks like, and it's kind of cool looking. But I don't know about the legs, but the rest of it's alright. Shit. Yeah, I don't know if I like this Spirit Blossom shit that they made, but it's alright. I wanted one of those Microtech event armors that they had, but I just didn't do the event. I couldn't make myself get back on for it. But I think it would have been really cool. I wanted to make a Stormtrooper, like a clone trooper from Star Wars set. I had an idea for one. It doesn't look super good, but they have an event where you could move cargo for one of the companies or any of the companies and get an armor set. And there's a Microtech one. Yeah. Did you get the Microtech one? Okay, so my thought was so the arms on that looked like they were white with a light blue. And the Crusader Elite Security helmet is white with like light blue streaks on it, and it kind of looks like a Clone Trooper helmet to some degree. So I was going to try. The main issue is that the Microtech symbol was on the chest piece of that armor. But if you could find an armor set that like kind of looks Star Warsy with that helmet and those arms, maybe it might be good enough. But there's not a lot of light blue armors that I can think of like that. But as long as you had like the white legs, white torso, the light blue on the arms, and the light blue on the head, I think it would look alright, but I'm not sure. Light armor helmet. That's terrible. Yeah, I don't know about this gold Spirit Blossom shit. It, kind of weird. I was trying to get some of the Spirit Blossom armor just for the backpack, honestly, so I could have it for like the gold armors, but I might get rid of it. I think I saw a picture of the ASD stealth armor and it looks way better, I think. I also saw some pictures of the armor that they're kind of ripping off the concierge armor with, but it has like the gold skull with the wings on it, so it's like Warhammer. And they'll probably end up selling that on the store or something. It'd be kind of cool. But sucks that I don't really have a helmet that matches these arms or anything, though. It's kind of... Where's my rifle? I'm gonna have to get good at shooting guns and stuff in this game again. That's the fun part. I don't know what I'm gonna do when they have, because we're gonna start losing our gear again, and I've already gotten used to not losing gear now. But I got to get better at it, because it just means that people are gonna have to buy more and more armor off the pledge store and stuff if they want to have their special armors. But oh, it's a Volt sniper. Alright. Alright, I'll see, man.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle had please visit us again. Goodbye.
Bum ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum bum ba-da-dum ba-da-dum bum ba-da-dum. So we need Concierge Andromeda skin. That's what we need. Alright, let's see if we log out on our ship, if we spawn on the ship when we come back, or if we're spawning in the hangar. If I can even remember how to fly.
Welcome to Rocket Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Shields off.
Contracts.
Orbital drive is now off. Docking request initiated. Docking unavailable. Landing gear deployed.
Let's go find the other heavy boy. Oh, somebody's in there. screen and then try to find the old snippet tool. I wish I knew what the hell they were, is my thing. They got handles on them. Let's see if there's We'll see if we come back on the ship or if we come back in her hangar or whatever when we log back on at some point.